crew, just heading out from Los Angeles, getting ready to do some networking. Let's get to it. Howdy crew, I'm William Morris, President and CEO of the Welding Cowboy Corporation, certified licensed welder and owner-operator of a welding rig based out of Los Angeles, California. On here I'll be going over welding knowledge, what it's like to own and operate a welding rig, welding blueprints, welding math, welding equipment, and so much more. Welcome to the channel. I'm William Morris, the Welding Cowboy. I'm on Interstate 10, headed towards Santa Monica. Going to be going to main destination, Pacific Palisades, going up and down Pacific Coast Highway, and just going to be networking as much as possible, and then working inwards from Pacific Coast Highway. And it's about time for construction crews to be getting going. There's already traffic out, and yeah, it's a nice early time in the morning, but there's traffic. So just going to be going ahead doing as much networking as possible. It's going to be a lot of traffic there, so it's not going to be just going from one construction crew to the next super quickly. It's not going to be boom, boom, boom. It's going to be traffic. I went through the area about a month and a half ago, and I was kind of getting some ideas of where I wanted to take the rig, because I wanted the rig there to do all the networking. I was just more passing through than anything else. So yeah, just going to be doing as much networking as possible. I have water, coffee, MREs. I'm set for the day. I'm all good to go. So yeah, really looking forward to seeing what can come out of this. It should be very fruitful. I'm having good expectations on it, and obviously I'll keep you all posted throughout the day. for everyone to slow down? Absolutely nothing, which is all the time here in Los Angeles. Finally got past the 405, still on track to get to Pacific Palisades. Gonna be pulling over once I get on the Pacific Coast Highway and just waiting for the crews to start rolling up. I want to be there ahead of time before they get there, just so that way once I see crews start to roll up, it's time to go and just hit every single crew possible, every single job site, and every single plot of land that's been burned to the ground, that has names of companies, phone numbers, anything and everything. I'm gonna be calling, I'm gonna be talking to folks, just networking as all get out, doubling down, and get all these business cards out, and make some money. I'm on PCH now, just got off Interstate 10 and just gonna be finding a good place to pull over. I kind of mapped out some areas I'm wanting to look at on Google Maps the other day and just been kind of studying the maps, seeing where everything is, and just finding areas that have more areas burned down, more areas where there's gonna be road construction because they're trying to reduce some of the roads. So just working on all that. County Mountie just passed by, and yeah, so almost there. It's only going to be another, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, something like that. And just really happy being here nice and early before everyone else starts working. That way, once I see the other crews start to show up, because I already know where some of them are going to be working, and once they get here, then it's game time, and it's just all day networking. So before sunrise and after sunset, that's how we play this game. You always got to work harder than the next person in line. Doesn't matter if you're just going to welding school, if you're working for a welding company, always be better than the next person in line. You're trying to get that welding job, or you have your own welding rig, you got to work harder than the next person. So that's what I'm doing. Found a perfect spot for breakfast. Beautiful view. Sun's just barely coming up. The rig is up there, halfway between here and the lifeguard house. So yeah, I figured this would be a perfect spot for breakfast. For breakfast, I do have pork sausage patty, maple flavored. So I'm excited about that. Close this up so these little sand bugs don't get in here. So I'm gonna open this critter on up now. All right, nice little spot to open this critter on up. Again, I did not fuel strip these because I just didn't want to. Figured everything can be done right here. Okay. And I do have, obviously, this critter, put all the trash in. This here, hash browns with bacon peppers, bacon and peppers. Smoked almonds, that can be for later. Maple muffin top, hard to go wrong with that. These aren't going to be heated up. Granola with milk and blueberries. It's dehydrated. Table syrup, all right. Let's see. Carbohydrate electro beverage powder, grape. Grape is disgusting. I forgot to mention that I don't like that. And we got all the goodies. Chiclets, what? All right. Bag, all right. Love these spoons. That here be pork sausage patty. All right. That critter. Timing is critical. Yada yada yada. And it gives you all the nutritious stuff there. All right. Well, I did bring my water here. And just checking no one's messing with the rig. Everything's good over there. Darn near perfect. So, we're at the line pretty much, maybe a little over slightly. And toss this critter in, warm up my little pork sausage patty, and then get my hash browns with bacon, peppers, and onions in there. It's already getting nice and warm. I like that. There we go. And just lean that critter up. A nice little spot. Right there. It's a nice spot to have it. Just right there. And got table syrup, smoked almonds. I'm going to keep these for later just because. critters up. I'm going to start with the hash brown tossed with bacon, peppers, and onions. I'll keep the sausage patty nice and warm this way. A little bit warm, that's fine. That's how it's supposed to be. Alright, looks good. Well, to me this looks good. Some folks may not, I don't care. This looks delicious to me. It's fantastic. Look at this stuff. Anything and everything you need in there, it's delicious. I'm just gonna enjoy the view. Here you go. Well, made a four-legged friend. Probably didn't help I'm eating some nice warm hash browns, bacon, onions, bell peppers. Mighty fine. Get every little bit out here. You know, you can see the steam coming out of there. So part of the point of having a little bit longer vlog with just this in it is the point of having it in there. And the reason I'm saying that, when I was in the Iron Workers Union and being a journeyman for a while, I just worked, and now it's steaming hot. They cool off for a moment. And would have no fun. And I don't mean like going out, clubbing. I don't do any clubbing, I don't do any of that stuff. But, you know, just taking in a view. You can be doing networking, you can be doing all that, but taking this view. So, I just view it as important as kind of taking time to smell the roses a little bit. Because, yes, I'm going to be networking all day. Yes, I've already stopped a couple times for cruise and whatnot. But look at this beautiful view. It's only going to be sunrise for how long? The sun has not yet risen up. Y'all can see that. It's just a beautiful view out. And sunrise only lasts so long. So I want to make sure that this view is taken in, and it can just be a wonderful start to the day. It's nice driving, it's nice and dark. Traffic wasn't too terrible, but I just wanted to find this spot, get here, relax. I've done this before down in Oceanside, a little bit further up the coast as well. When I'm going to be somewhere at a certain time for work, whatnot, you know, just pull over, take in the view, and just listen to the sounds of the ocean. Now, I'm not a big beach person. I'm not one of those California guys. I don't surf. I don't even go out in the ocean. That's not for me, because there are sharks out there, and I don't like sharks. I saw the movie Jaws, and I'm good. So, yeah. But taking in the view, just the smell, nice, fresh ocean smell. It doesn't smell bad. Here in some of the port areas, it does a little bit depending on where you're at. So, taking the sights, sounds, and smells, taste, and flavors. Alright, let's cool down some. So, I'm gonna do. I'm not sure if the syrup is supposed to go into this one or if it's supposed to go on the muffin top. I'll probably save it for the muffin top for later. We'll see how this tastes. I'm gonna go ahead and open this critter up. Y'all can see. Whoa, that looks good. Now, some folks drain the juices out. Some folks eat it. It depends for me. Sometimes the juices are good. Sometimes it's just a little bit too watery. So, I'll taste the juices first. It tastes amazing. So, I'm going to bust this critter on up. That's good. I'll break off a piece so y'all can see what it looks like. That is delicious. That's why I have these. I can take them anywhere. There's no real mess. If there is, I have the toilet paper in the MRE to clean my hands. If not, I can put stuff. I have stuff in the rig that I can put on my hands to clean them up. But usually there's no mess, which is great. that, I might do the muffin top now, because why not? I'm here, enjoying the view. Make sure the rig is still good. I don't see no one screwing around with it. It's not good. So, y'all can see what the muffin top looks like here. I put some syrup on it. It says table syrup. If not, it's a good enough jolt just to drink the syrup as it is. Show y'all what shit looks like. There we go. Okay, so what I still have for later, I have this disgusting grape. I think I blocked this out of memory because I almost don't remember it. But grape is disgusting. Smoked almonds. And got everything in here. Freeze-dried coffee. We're doing all that later. I have coffee in the rig. And these are different matches, different color matches from what I remember. Should have been like a green color. And then dehydrated granola with milk and blueberries. So, yeah, gonna have that in a bit. Actually, what the heck, I'll have it here. I'd rather not be concentrated on stopping every once in a while to eat, so let's do it now. not much water goes in here. If y'all want to see what the dried mix looks like, that's what the dried mix looks like. So, see the blueberries and whatnot. See, handy dandy spoon right there. That's how you store it, transport it. Do not eat. Just mixing it in here because I don't want to get other containers and stuff. It does say you're supposed to put it in a canteen, but I just like mixing it in here. It makes life just a lot easier. So y'all can see what it looks like now in there. So there'd be the granola. got some rocks because memories. I always like collecting rocks from different places to go. So got some rocks and those in a pocket. Those. Got sand all over me, but that's fine. It's part of being here at the beach. I have all of this left. I'll probably be working on some chiclets later. Or are they there on the back side? There they are. Chiclets. Freeze-dried coffee, might work on that some. Obviously toilet paper, obviously great to have. And yeah, all the other good stuff in there. I always take everything that's trash and I put it in here. Always just take it with me. You know, never leave it behind, don't anything like that. But it's just beautiful seeing the sunlight hitting the waves. It's just beautiful. Just really enjoying it. So very happy about it. Beautiful sunrise here in Southern California, Pacific Palisades, just a bit west of Los Angeles. Not a bad drive here from downtown LA. Beautiful view. Pretty hard to beat. So yeah, gonna get to networking now. Let's get to it, crew. the places I've stopped, nothing has seemed like it'd be that beneficial. Might be another spot down here. More flashy construction lights. Nope, that's just a sign. One guy, I stopped by, I think I disturbed his nap. Construction guy in his truck, and he wasn't there earlier because I already passed by earlier and he wasn't there, so he's taking a nap already. So I disturbed him. Another one, I had to say, yo no hablo español, because I don't speak Spanish. And so that one didn't work out too good. I took Spanish in high school and I took Spanish in college, and I don't remember a darn thing. The best Spanish I ever had was when I was in the Iron Workers Union. There was a guy that basically didn't speak English at all. I spoke no Spanish, and I learned the most amount of Spanish there. But I forgot all of it since then. So, yeah, I should probably work on it. Ooh, more flashy lights. Pulling over. Nope, can't pull over there. Let's see. That's Caltrans. Who is that? FLOPG, don't know who they are. And there's no spot to pull over. Okay, I might hit them on the way back, see if there's somewhere on the other side to park. So Caltrans would be someone I'd like to talk to. All right, there's possibly another crew up here. It might be a good size one. Problem is, I mean, it's good that they have it so tight that it's basically just their crews in the cones. But for me, there's nowhere to park. Let's see, there's 1,000 roach coaches here. And they have flashing lights on them. That don't make sense. Alrighty, might be for the surfers out here. Alright, let's see. Did you boys leave me a spot open? No, you didn't. Alright. Minor heavy equipment, everyone's at the roach coaches. County Mountie. Alright. So, yeah, nothing that I would say would be beneficial necessarily, but I'm still here. You never know. Maybe that card might be worth something to one of them. And me coming up to them in person, talking to them, they might keep that card, they might not. It's all up in the air. But it's taking the initiative and being out here. You have no chance if you just stay at home and do nothing. So you got to be out here doing this. And I'll be honest, I'm not a people person. I'm not someone that just wants to go and chat to someone I don't know. That's not a me thing. I'd be fine in a cabin in the woods. That's my kind of lifestyle. Not, I'm gonna go talk to 1,000 different people I don't know today, handing out business cards, introducing myself over and over and over. That's just not my thing, but I gotta do it. So if any of y'all are introverts, such as myself, you gotta get out here. Same thing with going to different job sites, you gotta introduce yourself. Even if you don't have welding rig, you're trying to get that welding job, you gotta do it. It's not fun. I don't necessarily enjoy this part, but you know, it's part of it. It might really be beneficial for the rig. Maybe one company talks to a different company. So maybe the person I talked to earlier doesn't need a welder, but they talk to someone later in the day, maybe next week, say, hey, I saw this guy with this rig. He came up, handed me a business card, and it's called Welding Cowboy. You know, you just never know. You got to take that risk. You got to take that chance. Otherwise, I don't know what to tell you. So, nobody there. Yeah, some of the crews are in different spots from where they were about a month and a half ago. I don't know what these boys are doing. Alright. So some of these, it's just looking like it'd be better if I'd hit them on the way back, just how things are laid out. Because I'm not trying to get in people's way. I'd rather pass by a location, come back later or next week than to be a nuisance to them. Because if it looks like they're, and I'm not trying to be lazy on it. Again, I know I said about the not being a ton of fun going out talking to people, but I don't want to get in their way either. If they're really looking intent on doing something at that moment, I'd rather pass by them and come back later or something like that. Because if I tick them off by getting in their way when they're doing something, then there's basically a negative chance of them calling. So yeah, so that's kind of the game plan, what I'm doing right now. Just traffic, but this is how it is on PCH after all the fires are doing all their work. That was a good one. Talked to the site supervisor. They're out of Anaheim. And he said, where are you from? I said, I'm out of downtown LA. He said, awesome, I always have the need for welders. I don't need one right this moment, but I always have a need for welders. So that was great. Yeah, just fingers crossed that keeps happening throughout the day. And I already got another crew. All right, that's how I like it. That was quick, but I will take it. Boom. So booyah on getting a contact. That sounds hopeful and somewhat promising, so that's great. Very happy with it. The gentleman was very nice. And yeah, so next crew already. Let's get to it. Well, that guy was on his phone, so he wasn't too happy to talk to me, which is fine. You know, you gotta take that chance. So on to the next one. I'm gonna take a picture. What I've been doing is taking pictures of different signs and whatnot of companies that are building places. And so whether they're doing ADUs, mansions, low-income housing, strip malls, anything and everything, it's always a good possibility. So wait for this next string to get on by. All right, come on, Bubba, get that Class B out of here. There we go. We are gone. Ha ha. There we go. All right. So that looks like Myers high pile. They could be Carpenters Union if they're doing high pile beams. So high pile, or the pile drivers union, whatever you want to classify it as. Heard it multiple ways. They pull over. I saw Trinity. I've been wanting to talk to Trinity for a while. There we go. Pile drivers got absorbed into the Carpenters Union a while back. So yeah, back on into this little nook in case I need to get up that little drive. There we go. All right, so I'm gonna go talk to Trinity. I saw one of their cranes. Been seeing them a lot lately on the 210. So I'm gonna talk to them and see how that goes. All right, keep y'all posted. All right, so whoever had the Trinity truck rental for the water truck, it was a rental. I didn't know it was a rental at first. And yeah, so nobody really there. I'm passing all these places that were just burnt to the ground. Nothing like going on steel plates. So yeah, there's a car that's absolutely burnt. Like all these houses, you wouldn't believe it, expensive homes, multi-million-dollar homes, just all lined up. They are gone. It's still amazing. All these places are just gone, burnt. Everything, the metal in them is just warped so bad. So all right, so there's some guys on the other side of the street. I don't know who they're with. Drill tech. Well, there's always a chance. I'll hit them on the way back because they're on the opposite side of the road. Looks like they're gonna be securing the cliff sides with some metal nets, but I don't see nobody. So yeah, I've been stopping at different places and there's nobody with all the equipment. A little different. And if y'all can see, there are some people passing me, but I am doing the speed limit. It is 25 miles an hour here, and Highway Patrol is very active. They've been here all day. I've been waving to them and everything all day. But some folks are just speeding down here, and I'm walking back and forth to the rig, handing out business cards, and I'm on the shoulder. I'm easily on the shoulder, not even close to the line. And there's folks cutting the line, you know, just blazing past me, and you know, getting close to the cones that are even on the line of the shoulder. So props to the Highway Patrol doing their job. There's a lot of them out here, so great job, boys and girls. And Class Homes Los Angeles, I need to remember that. Well, it'll be on here. I need to call them. So yeah, I'm following a crew. Maybe they might be city workers or something, but there's 2 or 3 trucks in front of me that's in front of a bus that I'm behind. But yeah, you see the signs all the time on the side of the road: don't speed past in construction zones. I've been on the side of the road before. I've been with crews on the side of the road before, and it's not fun when you have people going way over the speed limit. They're cutting the lines over the shoulder where you're at, and you see some of the cones knocked over where you're standing before. It's not fun having that happen. A bunch of crews in there, but I can't drive in there. Fiddlesticks. Alright. Traffic management. I actually applied to work at traffic management as a welder. They were hiring welders. This was before I got in the Ironworkers Union, and not a pleasant experience with them. So, haha. Alright, I don't know what these boys are doing. I don't know what they're doing. I'm gonna pull over here and see what's the haps. Poor timing, should have pulled over a little bit sooner. I can hit him on the way back. These places are just burnt to the ground. And then there's other places that were somewhat fine, that on the dash cam footage here that I can have up for y'all to see. I mean, there's some really nice homes here, beautiful homes, mega millions. And then the places right next to them don't exist anymore. They're just gone. And just absolutely gone. And it's not like they've just been cleared out. You can see all the mangled wreckage on some of them. Some of them have been cleared out by crews, but others, it's just burnt to the last piece. Metals twisted, and it had to be hot. Hot fires. So that's why they're trying to secure the cliffs here, because with the rain and all that, fire burned all the brush. There's nothing to hold it there. No roots or nothing. So, okay, I'm speeding. I'm doing 27 and a 25. Whoop-de-doo. So, yeah, it's just all these places. It looks like it should be just a cliffside, but I've been through here before, and it's just house after house after house. Lots and lots of houses, and they're just gone. So, there's gonna be a lot of stuff going on here, and that's why I'm down here. Just any number I see, I take a picture of it. Any crew that I see, I take the best opportunity possible to talk to them. Some of them I've had to pass, but I can't help that. It's just, it is what it is. So, what I'm gonna do on my way back is I'm gonna park on that other side of the road, and I'm gonna take a picture of each sign, because there's a different contractor for every plot of land. They're planning to rebuild them. Insurance money's been coming through for some of these places, I've heard. So I've been keeping track of the news, because they haven't started rebuilding yet. But insurance stuff, it's coming through. It's a heck of a lot of money for these homes. When you have multi-million dollar homes that just burnt to the ground. It takes a while to get the insurance out there. Then you gotta have your permits, you have your designs, all that stuff. Then all the crews scrambling because you have thousands and thousands of homes that just burnt to a crisp in several days. And then you need a bunch of construction crews to rebuild them, whether it be welders would be on the slighter end of things, mostly carpenters, roofers, plumbers, electricians. That's gonna be a lot more prominent, but welders are needed because one, it's a very rich area. Pacific Palisades, going into Malibu, you have all the rich folks. They're gonna want their mansions. They want their industrial open air concept look. And so it has steel beams in there, it has steel frames. The staircases are steel and they want that modern look. Then you have all your fences and all that stuff. So everything's short right now, but it's still in the process of things going through because there's a lot of vacant lots. That's all it is right now. There's a lot of signs saying contractor this, contractor that. Contractors are advertising out here, but nothing's being done yet. So that's why I'm out here now. I waited a bit because right after the fires, there's nobody rebuilding exactly the day after a fire. So that's why I'm out here right now, and I'm gonna continue coming out here because I'm putting a lot of chips on Pacific Palisades where it's at with all the stuff burnt down. And I'm out of a lot of the area that's burnt down, so I'll pull a UE up here somewhere and attempt not to get a ticket. So I'll find a spot to make a UE and go back through and work my way inland because I've been on PCH. I've worked my way up the coast through the fire zone, and yeah, now I'm gonna find a good spot to pull a UE. Been doing this for several hours already. Stopped a good amount of times and hand out business cards. So yeah, that's what's been going on, and obviously I'll keep y'all posted. So I'm pulling in this area. There's a country market out here, and this is in Malibu. Let me double check. It should be in Malibu city limit. Position that a little bit. So I just hit a leaf of a bush. I didn't hit anything serious. So I'll double check that this is in fact Malibu. Yeah, I'm near Malibu Canyon Road. So I'm in, yeah, all right, I was right. Center of Malibu. Okay, I wasn't sure where the city limits were. And there's a country market here. And as you all have seen, I've been trying to sell stuff on the website, and I'm also wanting to look to different places that are physical locations to sell it too. So I want to try and sell it there, try and sell it on the website, have a mix of things to where it's not just on the website, but where someone can look at it in an actual market. So I'm gonna look at the markets here. It doesn't look like they're open, but I can take pictures of a storefront and then call them later if they're not open now. So that's what I'm gonna be doing for just a few minutes and just going over that. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get out of this. I'm gonna get the cowboy hat on because this isn't construction zone in this area. So just set that there. There we go. So that's what I'm gonna do. I take every opportunity to make money with this rig in any way, shape, or form. So it's a really beautiful area here in Malibu, and Pacific Palisades was beautiful. It still is, except for all the areas that burnt down. But Malibu, it is a wonderful area, very ritzy, very expensive. So that's why I want to definitely hand out cards here to any shop owners that might want to have anything in their stores, boutique stores, specialty stores. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, and I'll keep y'all posted. Smells good here. Alrighty, I just got done at the Malibu City Hall. Their Chamber of Commerce isn't there. I'm heading there now. and just gonna drop off business cards there, get some more information on construction in the area. I'm passing by a construction site right now, and they already have some welders in there. They got Miller Bobcat on a truck. I can't tell if that's a Ranger on another one or a Hobart, though. I think Ranger and Hobart are both using white now on their engine drives. And I'm looking in the sun a little bit as well, so couldn't quite tell. But yeah, so just going around to city halls, now Chamber of Commerce, gonna be getting information and handing out contact information and just getting all that good stuff done. And it's all about taking the time to do it. So you gotta spend the time, you gotta spend the money in gas, doing that. I don't know what that side is. Doesn't look like there's anyone on it. So, actually I want this lane. There we go. So yeah, it's just going around, getting stuff done, taking the time, taking the effort to talk to anyone and everyone. Yeah, just getting it all done. And if you don't want to put in all that time and effort, don't start a company. Don't think about having your own welding rig. Yes, it's nice having contacts, but even as I've found out, the contacts that I've had that said, oh, start your own welding rig, I'll be using you all the time. I would need a welder all the time. Haven't had a call once from them. So yeah, just make sure that you're out networking, doing your marketing. It will pay off. I've gotten some calls recently, nothing's concrete yet, but who knows? So yeah, but it's also nice going through Malibu. Some nice areas, some not so nice areas, but Malibu, very, very expensive. Just mega millions. Oh, that place is beautiful. And yeah, just very expensive. Some of these places look like they should be in Solvang. If any of y'all been in Solvang, California, small little Danish town. It's the Danish capital of California. Just beautiful little town, or Danish capital, United States. Just beautiful little Danish town. Danish cuisine, Danish architecture, and yeah. So some of these houses look like that. Some of them are real, true California vibes, beach vibes, a little bit of Cascadia style. So yeah, and who's gonna find this next spot? Supposedly this place is looking packed. Maybe be able to find parking. Might have to bust another Yui and go back around. We'll see. So I will keep y'all posted. this is my view for lunch. You can't get more California than this. Got the rig up there, lights flashing, just made some great contacts minutes ago, and now I get this. So I'm just sitting on some driftwood here, got everything on the driftwood. I'm going to go ahead and have my second MRE of the day. This one, Mexican style chicken stew. And this is a heavier one. So the first one, which was the sausage patty that was maple flavored, which was delicious this morning. That one was the lightest. This one will be the heaviest. And then the chili and beans is the in-between one. So I'm gonna have that one for supper. Just look at this view. It is absolutely gorgeous out here. Gonna have my Mexican style chicken stew. Super excited for it. This one is the heaviest MRE of the day. Beautiful waves. The maple flavored sausage earlier was the lightest. The chili and beans after later will be the medium weight. So super excited about this. I'm gonna go and open it on up. Got here. Of course, keeping the bag right here. Here's all the nutritional facts about it, whatnots. All right. Let's see what we got here. Cheddar cheese pretzels. That sounds pretty darn good. Cheese spread with jalapeno. Who does that? I know a lot of people like it. I'm gonna give it another try. I have not had this in many, many years, but I'm gonna give it a try again, see how it goes. So, got my crackers. Cracker eating crackers. How about that? This I will not use, crushed red pepper. Then I have my Mexican style chicken stew. Chiclets. Mixed fruit, all right. Pretty darn happy about that. Then, ooh, I have been looking for this chocolate hazelnut protein drink. First Strike Nutritious Energy Bar, chocolate flavor, definitely take that. I'm gonna use my spoon from earlier. I still got it on my water bottle and all that, so that's good. All right, got over. Chiclets, got a beverage thing in there. Not sure what flavor it is yet. Get my heater on out, start heating up my chicken stew. Mexican style chicken stew. And then I'll put my drink back in there for a moment. Same with the, I'll use the cheddar pretzels soon. my crackers, cheese jalapeno spread, and then the energy bar. All that's gonna sit on the sidelines for a moment. Just put it on out. So, I have my critter here. Got my spoon. Go ahead, pour in a little bit of water. All right. So I'll go get my Mexican chicken stew sticker on in there. Get that critter nice and hot. Now obviously there's no rocks here. I'm not gonna have it right up against the driftwood, even though driftwood's still wet. I'm gonna have it right up against the exterior MRE wrapping. And I'm gonna go dig into my mixed fruit. Have a nice appetizer. Go. And what I always do, anytime I tear something off for the MRE, it instantly gets put in my little trash bag, which is the exterior MRE wrapping container. So, ooh, this looks delicious. I don't know if y'all can see, I want to spill it out, but oh, it looks delicious. It's just basically like a fruit cocktail. Just mixed fruit, basically pears, peaches. I don't know what that is. It's a little bit reddish. So yeah. All right, a little bit of pineapple. Oh, that's great. Got some grapes in there. This is fantastic. I know a lot of folks are hating on the MREs. They don't like them, but I love the MREs. I've always loved them. There's a few, select few, as I mentioned before, that I don't care for, but just the stuff in here, the majority of the time, is great. Now, I don't have anyone to trade anything out with, because I'm used to trading, like, if I don't like this, trade it for this or that. I'm all by myself right here, right now. But still, most everything's been great. Just not going to do the crushed red peppers. Just finishing up the fruit cocktail right now. I heard someone has a chicken. I just heard it, or a rooster, pardon me. I heard someone has a rooster because I just heard it crowing. Great stuff. gonna go try these cheddar cheese pretzels. They sound pretty darn good. Still have my Mexican style chicken stew warming up, so I'll go for the pretzels. Fun kind. All right. They look like dog treats. Y'all ever have the treats with the soft center for your dogs or anything? That's what it looks like. These taste amazing. So I just finished my cheddar cheese pretzels. Just enjoying the view. I really like that this area isn't like further north where it has the oil derricks. And you just look out and you can see the ocean. And it's peaceful, it's wonderful. And it is starting to come up a little bit higher. Obviously I'm high enough that it's not gonna touch me. But it's just beautiful out here. So I'm gonna get to my Mexican style chicken stew. Some of that heat around. Top is still a little chilly. That'll be fine. Got my handy dandy spoon. Open this sucker up. Smells great. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Doesn't that look wonderful? That looks absolutely delicious. Mix it all together, make sure that heat's all around. All right. That looks superb. That's why I enjoy these. They look great, they smell great, and they taste great. And they're very filling. Alright, so as y'all can see, we got our chicken. Let me get some up here. Got some tomato, got some corn in there. And it's delicious. Got a little bit of a kick to it, which is great. I like some spice in there. Not tons of spice, but there's a little bit of spice in there. It's great. Still eating it pretty darn good. Everything's great. It's fantastic. Well, that was delicious to the last drop. It's fantastic. Hold this critter up. Alright. Well, I'm gonna try the crackers with the jalapeno cheese spread. I know I enjoy the crackers. Normally I trade the cheese spread for the jalapeno cheese spread for a regular cheese spread or for the peanut butter. So go ahead and mix this on up. And I'm gonna give a teensy weensy little bit on there. Because to me, these are just huge saltines, and I like saltine crackers. I think there's jalapeno chunks in here. I don't remember. It's got a little spice to it. It's getting a little bit stronger. Ooh, it's getting a little stronger. I still say it's good. It's not intolerable. Alrighty, just finished my crackers with cheese jalapeno spread, which actually was pretty good. I don't remember it being like that before. I don't know if it's different or it's just me. I have gotten better with spicier foods since I've had that last, so. And have the chocolate hazelnut protein drink powder. I like these because they don't have that extra little bag where you have to pour the stuff in there to mix it. You just have it in here, you close the little Ziploc critter, and you're good. So the powder's in there. Filled to that line, I can feel it. Close that sucker on up. Now, shouldn't come out. There we go. I just drank from this. That's nice and thick. It is thick like a protein drink, but it's good. This is like a... They should have coffee chocolate hazelnut on here. It tastes like a thick coffee with chocolate and hazelnut in it. So that's delicious. And the vanilla one's my favorite. I know they had some other flavors. I don't recall what they are at the moment. That was great. Almost like a liquid almond roca bar. That was delicious. Next on the list, nutritious energy bar. I might keep that for later. And then, all right. So I have my little baggy goodies here. Beverage, I don't know what that is. Base lemonade. Those are good. I like those. Chiclets. Most chiclets are good unless it's the ones that just turn to liquid once you put them in your mouth. That's disgusting. So, got a towelette for once I get back to the rig. This stuff is just gonna go in here. So that was a fantastic lunch. Very happy with it. The rest of this stuff I'll have in a bit. I'll probably make the lemonade, and then I'll make the coffee from the breakfast one. I already brought coffee. I made it home with my Keurig machine. But I'll mix up the coffee later in my thermos. Just add some water to it. I don't care if it's even cold. It still tastes great. So I'm gonna go pack up, get back up to the rig, which is right up there. As y'all can see, light's still going, just for safety, whatnots, since it's right next to the road. And yeah, so a little bit of an early lunch, but there's some things that were opening up a little bit later in the day that weren't open in the morning. So yeah, very happy with this lunch, very happy with the view, the sounds, smells, and just seeing the water, feeling the nice cool breeze. It's warm out today, it's definitely warm out, but it's cooler by the ocean. Once you get a little bit more inland where I was earlier, it gets hot. But a little bit of a coolish breeze, and once it stops, it gets warm, and then the cool breeze starts again. So I'm very happy with that. It's wonderful having the welding rig being my own business, to where I don't have to be back at a certain time unless I'm on an actual job site. That's different. But if I'm doing networking stuff, I can choose to go to the beach if there's one nearby, or if there's a scenic viewpoint, I can stop there. I don't have to be in the company vehicle and a foreman or a boss tell me where I have to be, or I just have to sit while they go to lunch and I have to sit on a job site. Been there before. And you do that for a while, you work up to it, you start your own rig, you can be at the beach for your lunch break. You can be there for all your meal breaks, which I'm hoping to do that for my supper break. But if I don't have supper at the beach, it's fine. It just depends on how traffic is, how packed it is at the whatever beach I'll be near. But it's just a wonderful view. It's a wonderful feeling knowing I can stop anywhere I want. I could stop at a restaurant if I want to, but I'm saving some money. Going with MREs, they taste delicious, they taste wonderful. You get a full meal. You get all the protein, carbohydrates, calories you need. And I did make a mistake. I only brought 3 today. I probably should have brought 4 because I eat a lot. I've always eaten a lot, and I go through food like nothing. So that's what I'm gonna do for job sites. I know it's saying 3 or 4 per day. It's gonna be 4, and if it's a really long shift and I'm going through a lot of calories, sweating a lot, it might even be 5, because I go through food really quickly, and it's just what I do. I've always eaten a lot. So yeah, I'm gonna go pack all this up and head back to the rig and get back to networking. So just done with lunch out on the beach. It was wonderful. It's fantastic. Wonderful view. Just wonderful view out there with the water and just crashing the waves. It was almost deafening. It's fantastic. Got some contacts right by the beach actually, so that was really good. And some of it's actually more local to where I am in downtown LA than here, so that's fantastic. Digging up a little bit of the road here. They're redoing a lot of these homes. They're taking some of them down due to the fires. Apparently they had some of the fire in this area, Malibu. So yeah, this is fantastic. I had a bunch of different contractors, just house after house after house. And kind of what I'm thinking now, I was gonna be out here all day, but some of the folks, the contractors out here that are working on these homes, I've been getting some really good reactions more recently in the past hour than I was earlier in the day. I'm not trying to waste gas. It's not terribly far distance from downtown LA to here, but if I was here more often, even if it wasn't as long as a day, I could get more stuff done in the yard with the rig in LA or at home, and come out here more often and just be here the entire morning and part of the afternoon. This contact I saw earlier waving. So yeah, I'm kind of thinking that instead of being out here all day, just come out here more often. The more they see the rig, the more they see me out here, the better. I'm actually heading to the Pacific Palisades and Malibu Chamber of Commerce right now, and all these places are being worked on. I already stopped here, and that place was empty. They didn't have anyone there earlier, and there's no one there now. That place I already stopped in. So yeah, just talking to as many contractors as possible. Some of them are workers and their bosses weren't here, but they're saying they need welders. So I'm talking to the right folks, got my business cards out to the right folks. But the more I'm out here, this is my train of thought now, the more I'm out here, the better, even if it's for less duration per time. Not like I'm trying to not be here out all day and stuff, but if I can still get the rig dropped off at the yard, then go home and be able to get other stuff done while there's heavy traffic and miss all that, but be out here more often to where the workers on the side of the road see the rig more, the contractors see the rig more. The more they see me, the more they'll more likely think of me, the rig, the company in general, working on their projects when something comes up, instead of just a one and done, being out here all day for several days. If I'm out here for half days and out here twice as much, even if only 1.5 times as much, but it's more repetitive that they're seeing the rig out here, I think that would be good. I already got a call from an event I went to for the Vietnam Veterans Wall Memorial, and so I already got something from there. I'm gonna call them once I get a little bit better signal, because over here I didn't have the best signal. So I'm gonna call that person back, because they saw me there, they got my number there from someone else that recognized me. And yeah, so I figured that's really good. Just the more people that see me out and about the rig, better. Supporting local events, or just going out to an event that I believe is important, something that is more near and dear to me. If I go support that, such as the Vietnam Wall Memorial, the traveling one that they have going around here in LA, the better off it'll be, because as I've said in the other vlog, I believe that things like that should be supported. If you believe in something, especially if it's the Veterans or the Vietnam Wall, be able to support stuff like that. Even though it's a traveling one, it's still able to showcase it, give support to the wall, and support Vietnam veterans in the area. It was giving support to those who had the Purple Heart. So all that is great. And just being able to support things that I believe are really important and just show that a business cares. Do that. And pull over right now. Perfect. Nailed it. So yeah, gonna go do that. I'm brainstorming at this point, thinking if I saw someone more frequently, I would think of them more than if I just saw someone once that handed out a business card. I wouldn't be as likely to call them as I would be able to call someone else that I see going through an area, especially an area like this where there's gonna be a lot of stuff going on. I want to be more well known in the area, visiting more frequently, talking to the contractors. Even if it's the same contractors, just stop by again in another week or two to the same places. Obviously section it off to where just like clearing a room, you do your slices of pie, you know, just this area, this area, this area, and just go do all that and then start over again. And I think the more often I do that, the better it will be. And also, I was planning just to be out here till past dark doing all this stuff, but some of these crews, they're going to be going home. And they start early and they also go home early. I'm not used to that. I'm more used to just 12, 14-hour days, but some of these crews, they just don't do that. One, for overtime. Two, for sometimes milking out. But also three, there's a lot of red tape stuff going on to where permits are going on, so they can only do X amount in a certain time, so why rush it? So they're gonna be out here more. It's something I was talking about earlier. They're working on stuff, but nothing's truly being built yet. There's some remodeling going on, places that were somewhat burnt, but not burnt down. So that's less red tape that they have to go through, but the place they're going through red tape, there's nothing built yet. There's not even foundations being worked on that I could see. There were a couple foundations, but they looked more city or county related, whereas not a private residence. So it's just, again, I try and keep up with the news on the area, try and keep up with all that stuff. I picked up some material earlier, I can go over that in a separate vlog. But it's just brainstorming. If they're not gonna be here, why am I gonna be out here past dark? And might as well go home, take the rig back to the yard, then head home and work on stuff there, or weld for the rest of the day on some projects at the yard, and come back out the next week, go over a different area, and then after several weeks, once I have most of the area covered, start all over again. Even if the same contractors say, hey, oh, I remember you, you know, be familiar. It's being a familiar face and a friendly face. Again, I'm not the best at meeting tons and tons of new people, but I'm working on it. I'm getting better at it. I'm not someone that just stays under a shell all the time. I wish. But no, I'm getting better at it. I'm not a salesperson. I don't like salespeople. I'm just upfront, honest. I'm not gonna pester someone. I know there's a certain amount that you keep on it. That's kind of where I'm going with the coming out here more often. But if someone doesn't want me around, I'm not gonna pester them. I'm just not a used car salesman. I'm not that kind of pestering kind. That's just not me. So I'm trying to find a good balance of it. I'm trying to get better at the marketing, sales perspective of it, at being better talking about the rig in a shorter amount of time to keep someone's attention. But also, I'm not gonna be the kind of person that's like a used car salesman to where they just hound you, because I hate that. I really do. And I will not become that kind of person. That's not gonna happen. So I'm just brainstorming, kind of throwing out thoughts, because I've gone around doing stuff with the rig in the local area that I live in, and just like downtown LA, going around doing stuff. Y'all have seen it before, I've shown it. And it's just not the same as going out to an area that's like this, where it's such a rich environment for going and finding work that I have not quite done yet, because I didn't believe it was the right time. And now I believe it's getting close to the right time, more familiar with things are starting to be built or remodeled, and then the things that are going to be built, I can contact all the contractors then and just start all that now. So that's why I'm kind of doing it now, and then why I'm kind of modifying my approach to it. So again, just spitballing, brainstorming all of this. It's a learning process for me. It's a learning curve. So I'm always learning. That's why I always say on this channel, you're always learning. It don't matter who you are, student, apprentice, journeyman welder, even if you're a foreman or whatever, you're always learning. There's always something new to learn, and this is still new to me because I've been a journeyman in the Ironworkers Union, but it's not like owning your own business. You don't have to go and do marketing. You don't have to go out and do networking. You go to a job site and you're done for the day. This is still new, and then doing this, being more outside of downtown LA area, coming out here, it's still new. So I'm learning, I'm working on it, and I'm very happy with the results. I do believe there's definitely things to improve on, things I need to get better at, but I'm working on it. So I'll obviously keep you all posted on how it's going. And I'm going into the Pacific Palisades and Malibu Chamber of Commerce now to put business cards in there, see if they have any list of contacts that I can contact, contractor-wise, anything like that. So yeah, that's what I'll be doing now. So unfortunately, could not find the City Chamber of Commerce. I found City Hall. I went to City Hall. They gave me an address. I went there, and the place was just a druggie colony with druggies all over the place, and that was wonderful. So anyways, I came back and I looked on the map app and found the Pacific Palisades and City Malibu Chamber of Commerce. Well, it's not here. It is the Malibu Rebuild Center, which I thought was perfect. Kind of just perfect for what I would be looking for. And unfortunately, they can't reference me towards anyone because it's the city, it's not the Chamber of Commerce. But they're really nice. They gave me some addresses, and I told them, like, I've already been to that location, it doesn't exist. So I went to some other ones and found out they don't exist either. So I came back and I told them, hey, just want to let you know these places don't exist. And so they tried calling. They said, we're so sorry, we didn't know that they didn't have any phone numbers that went through, or that the actual address that they were given didn't exist, because they had someone last week coming through that was going through the same thing as me. And so I came back to let them know, hey, these places don't exist, because I wouldn't want that to go around. If someone else could have just come back, it's not even a mile, could have come back and said, hey, these places don't exist, then I wouldn't have to run all around town. So I just let them know, and they're very appreciative, so that was nice. It's really nice working with city folks that work in the city that aren't stuck up, because I've done some stuff in cities, and you go to the City Chamber of Commerce or City Hall and you have to deal with them, and they're not nice. They're stuck up, they're snobby. But at least here in Malibu, even though I was given addresses that weren't real, they're all really nice about it. They're very apologetic, and they're going to be letting their supervisors know. So it's really nice when you can work with people in a city that aren't stuck up and snobby, because that's been most of my experiences. You go apply for permits, or you go apply for this or that, and it doesn't go well. It takes forever, and they just would rather you not be there at all. So it was a pleasant experience doing that. If there is a Chamber of Commerce for Pacific Palisades Malibu, I will try and find it next time. I'm going to be doing more research on that, but if it doesn't exist, I'll be definitely on their website, trying to contact them, see who I can contact, go through all those channels and see what can be done there. But all in all, I was very happy with all the stuff done here in Malibu and Pacific Palisades so far today. I'm not done yet. I'm going to be heading back towards downtown LA. It's going to take a while because I'm going to be stopping off some other places if traffic allows it. If traffic is getting really bad, then I'm just going to head back to downtown LA and call it good for networking. I do have multiple phone numbers I need to call, websites I need to go on to with different emails that I have received today. So I have different business cards, I have different flyers from companies, and I have other people that have taken business cards and said that they might even need me this weekend. So that is fantastic. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but it is all very promising. It's all good news. I'm very happy about it. And that's what I wanted for this vlog, is to have it just a day-long vlog going on what's happening, what's going on. What does it take doing this? Is it just calling some numbers? And also, I do know there are some other brand new rig welders that are subscribed to the channel that are going through a very similar process that I'm going through. So I know it's been a struggle for some of y'all. I know you've voiced your concerns about certain things in the comments, like the things that you've been going through and been dealing with, and it takes a lot of time. I get it. There's people say, oh, we'll call you tomorrow, and they never call. You call them, and oh, I'll call you tomorrow, and it never happens. So I do get that. I've had that quite a bit. So for those y'all that have a welding rig that is started, or that you're starting up and you're building it currently, and you've been going through the same trial and error process that I'm going through, I just want to say y'all aren't alone. I get it. I'm going through it here as well. It's not fun. It'd be nice if you just call folks and they're honest whether they need you or not, but that's not how it is. So I know there's other folks that are struggling with the same issues currently that are subscribers to the channel, and just so y'all know, you're not alone. I get it. Driving all over the place. Some of y'all, I know some of y'all are in the South, some of y'all in the Midwest, and you've been having very similar issues with just things going on. So I really do understand that. I'm going to be doing more of this, be doing more vlogs like this, just day in the life of networking as a rig welder, just going about doing things, because this is what real world is. I know there's folks that have asked for this and then they don't want it because it's dull, it's boring. Well, try doing it. It's not exactly leaping for joy all day long, just sitting in the heat or walking in the heat all day trying to talk to people that are wishing you weren't there at all. So that's what I want to provide here on this channel, is just real world stuff. I don't sugarcoat things. I don't make things sound worse than they are. If something was easy, I'm going to say it was easy. If something was extremely tough, I'll say it's extremely tough. I don't like channels that sugarcoat things to where it's like, oh, well, it's because it's me, it's super easy. I've been honest on this channel, like some things I struggle with in welding, and it took a long time to achieve whatever it was, whereas some folks, they can fly right through it, and vice versa. Some things were easy for me, it's harder for other folks. So it just depends on your situation, what you're doing, as to maybe even location. So that's what I just want on here. It's just being plain honest. That's all I am. That's all I care about being. So I just wanted to voice that on here. If you want something that's just constant welding, well, I don't have the jobs for that, so it ain't gonna be on here. And even if the jobs are on here, there's gonna be other things on here. I just haven't had time. I've been calling contractors left and right. There will be other stuff. It's just I've not had the time to do it. But that's what it takes. It's just a lot of time, a lot of effort. You gotta do your due diligence on certain things, and it's just a lot. Sometimes you don't get any sleep because it's just doing stuff all night long, and sometimes it happens for several days in a row. You just don't sleep for 3 or 4 days, and that's what you got to do. So if you're getting in the business, I'm not trying to make it sound scary than what it is, but if you want to get into it, you can't just be sleeping till noon, going to bed at 7 in the evening, and just partying all day. I know there's folks that like to do that, but you can't do it if you're wanting to get into this business, having a welding rig. It's just not going to happen. So just let y'all know what it takes, what I'm going through on all this. And again, all the other rig welders, let me know what your experiences are. I know some of y'all have been working on some different things, and y'all voice some of your marketing strategies, and I'm not here to broadcast that for other folks. Those are yours. I appreciate you putting them in the comments, but I'm not gonna just share those strategies with everyone. Now, if someone sees your comment, they see your comment, but those are your strategies, and without your consent, I'm not going to just say it on here on the channel. But yeah, that's basically what's been going on. I'm going to hit other places on the road back to downtown LA. So yeah, that's game plan. stopped at several other places on the way back to the 10, and that was just on PCH. I did have, where is it? The little protein bar. It was pretty sticky, so if you're gonna have that one, it's gonna be all over your twofers and all that stuff. So I'll probably have smoked almonds in a little bit. And then I'm gonna start working on chiclets. Where my chiclets went. There you go. I lost my chiclets. Oh, there they are at the bottom. So I am in the fast lane, and I am going the fastest I've gone yet, which is 11 miles an hour. So, goody. Yeah, that's what happens here in downtown LA. Well, not downtown LA, in Santa Monica area still, but getting all the way back to downtown LA, it's gonna be like this. I'm going 14 miles an hour. I'm speeding. So, yeah, it was a great day. Very happy with it. It's afternoon going on evening. I'm just very happy with how everything turned out. Got some contacts. Sound like there might be some jobs coming very soon from that. We shall see. And I always take those with a little bit of grain of salt, because you never know. And yeah, so if you're doing a welding rig or you're thinking about getting a welding rig, you got to be out there networking. It takes a lot. And I had all those promises of folks that I knew as contacts saying, oh, well, you get a welding rig, I'll need you on so many projects. Haven't heard once from them. I called them all, oh, we don't need you right now. Oh, I don't need you right now. And so all those projects were fictional, apparently, or imaginary, same difference. So 6 of one, half a dozen the other. It's all good. And just gonna keep doing this. I'll be back out to Pacific Palisades, Malibu. I'm gonna be going to areas like that where there's either high-end stuff, because I've not had much luck with some of the lower neighborhoods, if you want to put that way, not to insult anyone, but I think they'd be more willing to pay prices of a real certified and licensed welder compared to some of the competition, which is neither certified nor licensed nor skilled. So cheap labor ain't skilled, and skilled labor ain't cheap. I don't know what else to tell you about that one. But yeah, it was a great day. Just going through a day of marketing and networking. This is what it takes. It's long, it's hot, it's sweaty, and gonna be doing it again. I'm very excited to get more contacts, get more stuff going, more projects, and this is what has to be done. It's what you got to do. And there'll be more vlogs just like this coming up. Probably do a closing once I get home. today was a great success in my opinion. I think everything went very well. I was very happy with the contacts I made. Yes, there were some folks that would rather have may not been there, but I don't care. I have business to run and I have to make as many contacts as possible. So whether it be running into some folks that would rather I not be handing out business cards, tough on them. I'm not like some of those pesky salespeople where I'm just there to pester them, talk to them for 20 minutes. I hand out business cards, say something about the company, about working with them, and that's it. I'm gone. I'm on to the next crew. There were some folks that I talked with for a few minutes, and that was great. I was very happy with that. Some folks out of Anaheim, some folks out of downtown LA, where I'm at. So something could be very close. I'm very, very excited about it. We should see what happens there. So that is how today went. And there will be more vlogs coming out like this, more day in the life vlogs about going over different things with the welding rig, which I'm super excited about. I know y'all been asking about this for a long time, so I'm finally getting these out. There's a lot of other vlogs that y'all been asking about. I'm working on getting them out. There's a lot coming up very soon. It's just getting it all put together, and it's a lot of time and effort, but I'm very happy to do it, and I'll be seeing y'all in the next vlog.